You've got me all figured out. Cameras, lights tracing my mouth. You know me before I do. Show me what's hot and what's new. Can I dream? Witness the death of all magic. To the wisest, it's tragic. One man shouldn't have all that. We can take it all away just like that. Function as a figment of the past. Peer-to-peer sailing far away behind glass. Trash is treasure, too murky to wait in.
Okay, am I live? Alright, welcome back. I clicked the wrong, whatever I did. Hang on. Make sure my volume's correct. That should be a little, let's say about there. Okay, so that needs to be... Kitty found a camera. Right now what I'm doing is... I'm going to go through the locations. I decided yesterday night, right before I went to bed, that I would divide the locations into 1 day, 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week. And I would get all of those done, hopefully faster than that, because with the budget that I set for myself, it would be like 23 weeks and 2 days to get everything done. But for now, let's actually just put in everything. 2 week. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from smallest to largest, because a lot of these smaller places will also have like simple generic prefabs that'll be useful for the larger ones. You know, like furniture and stuff. Let's see. So let's go through my journal. Do we have water processing in here? Substation, apartment graves. I think the substation should be a 1 week location. Yeah. Other places, water processing is one place that I don't see in here. Okay, so what are the other places I have? 2 week locations. Let's start on those. So yeah, because for example, the Carlson house, I think the scientist's house will also be a 2 week location. Let's see, and then Bill's house, the Wilson house. Because most of that will be, I think, this sculpture, and then he'll probably have a lot of like little decorations in his house. But yeah, I'm going to try to make them faster than what I did for the gas station. Because yeah, we only have 1 4 week location. But let's get our 3 week locations. And these will be like 4 day a week things. So I think, no, the right house will be 4 week. Because the right house will be a very, because Madame Blue's house will be very eccentric and wild and wacky. But the right house is also wild and wacky, but also just physically by far the largest house that's here. And I think it'll have a lot of bespoke furniture, just taller and different textures than everything else. Thankfully, I at least started on it, but yeah, I want to have a lot of props in these houses. Okay, and I think that's everything that I have on my list in the journal. Everything I could think of. So, I mean, I guess we can just get started. Oh, wait, hang on. I want to get a chair, because my current chair is being sanitized. I just spritzed it with vinegar, so I don't want to sit on it and get vinegar on my pants. Hang on. Back soon. Back now. I have moved to my other chair, which is my old chair. That's... How long has it been? It's pretty uncomfortable. Well, at least not as comfortable as my other one. But okay, I think the playhouse... The playhouse might not be one day. But okay. What I'm going to do... Let's finish up the caves. So yeah, let's just get started on these things and see if I can actually get things done. So like, what exactly do I want left with the caves? I think we could do with mushrooms. Some varying textures, I think, like, what exactly do I want? Let's look up caves. So I'm going to try to adhere to this, and if I don't adhere to it, it'll be rather alarming, because as I said, it's like 6 months of work. I like having water here. We could do some bushes. We could do some stalactites and stalagmites, perhaps. So yeah, those would be good. Let's go to Blender. And do I want to do these as sprites? First of all, let's do a little bit of like mock-up painting. Because yeah, I think what I want is some grass on the outside, some cool moss or something on the inside here. Let's get like this. Let's see. Yeah, because we definitely need like more than 2 textures, for example. So that way the game doesn't look so bland. And that'll help with like giving us a sense of like location or what have you. You know, I probably should have done Krita for actual like nice brushes. And I guess it's not too late. But I suppose, is it wise in the limited amount of time that I have to bring up Krita and spend 2.5 days waiting for it to start up? Okay, there we are. Huh? Shift Control N. Is the game okay? Hang on. I copy that. Whatever. Just take another screenshot of this thing. Is it working? Okay, there we go. It took it a few tries to actually get there. So yeah, because I'm thinking, for example, let's get like, well, I'm seeing already, this grass is like, well, I guess that's an okay hue. Actually, we should have done this and that. So yeah, now we can have like that, which is the exact color that I wouldn't really want there. And also, it doesn't make sense for this to be like there because we have a bench there. Yeah, so this is kind of exactly the same hue, or exactly the same brightness as that. So we'd want a different color there. What if we get a brighter, grayer texture, like a light mint green, and then we place that around like that. And we can have sort of a darker... Does that feel like anything? I mean, how would there be grass on the rock? It's a rock. And how would I actually texture this? I think I could do like a little like detailed thing, or like some sort of like you know, like decal that I put around the edges of things to make them more obvious. But what if we did mushrooms instead? We have some like grayish blue mushrooms. You know, and we'd have them like right in the corners of things like that. You know, is that anything? Because, like, that gives me something. But, yeah, I need larger rock variations. I think this blue is too saturated. Do I have that original texture I can fiddle with? It'd probably be under Environment Textures, Cave, Okay, we have this. Hmm. What are all these? Color, saturation, multiply. What is this? I kind of prefer that color. And what does it do? I guess it's okay. Yeah, we got a bunch of weird layers. I like that. Well, I guess I can try it. Is this a PNG or JPEG? I'm going to make it a JPEG. No, I won't. Maybe a little too bright, actually. It feels way, way brighter out here. I feel like there's something wrong with my cave texture. Oh, is it just the sun is really bright? I think that is part of it. Okay, let's just make this darker then. I think what I might want is to actually color the vertices. So we'd have like two different colors there. I think I could do that. Basically what I could do is I could have the ambient occlusion on the texture. Because yeah, I think the big thing that I want is less uniform lighting. And the way that I think I'd do that... Well, if I do... I was about to... Because vertex-based ambient occlusion would cause some issues. What if we try baked lighting on this? Is there, like... Light map GI. Okay, that's what it is. I can't forget, or I have no idea how this actually works, though. Mode scene, say a custom sky of a... I don't know. I don't think this thing even, like, is gonna work. No meshes with light mapping supported. Well, they should. Or, cave, scene, blend. Say, don't we have, like, static light maps, maybe? I think the issue might be that I use multi-meshes so much. So it won't know. Okay. Interesting that all of these changed. Why is every single one of these a unique mesh? Every single one. And then these are like their own thing. I think it's because, oh, I bet you it has to apply the scale. I'll try it. You know what? I don't like it. But we gotta figure out if the... Our first order of business is figuring out if the lights are actually, like, looking good. Or if they... Are all the steps also unique meshes? No, there's, like, 3 unique meshes, though. Oh, presumably because, okay, I think I get what that is. So I'm going to copy this value. Paste that value. Paste here, which is a different thing than pasting the value. I love Godot. But okay, I think because they're different scales, they have to be, like, it has to apply the scale to do the blending stuff. Okay, now let's try that. Let's see if that actually even does anything. Okay. It doesn't seem like it did a whole lot. I guess we can just check. I don't see it working. Yeah, I don't get it. Hang on, let's go to Godot Light Map GI. There's probably some... It probably has to do some insane thing, like all of the geometry has to be a child of the light map or something stupid like that. I remember that's what happened in Godot 3. It was, like, impossible to figure out how it worked. I did it, like, once. Ever. So, used to compute and store baked light maps. Dynamic objects can receive it from that. Additional light map probes can also be used to create light map blah. Performance light map GI provides the best possible runtime performance for global illumination. Light map baking. Not supported on those. Only bakes child for those. Bake quality. Probes disabled. So, like, how do you use light map GI? So they can also be used to store direct lighting. Actually, let's make sure that this is a indirect lighting. Oh, interesting. Shadow mask mode. Interior noise denoiser. Alright, so how do we set this thing up? Unwrap on import, we do that. Meshes light baking must... Okay, yeah, we did that. When unwrapping, blah, unwrap from within Godot. So I guess I can do, like, mesh view. And then let's make sure that the multi-meshes have that as well. Okay, I see. Interesting. When did I get this? Huh, they have that already. Okay, well. Okay, so I think the issue is I can't use the multi-meshes with the baked lighting. Which is an issue because every single thing here is using the multi-meshes. Admittedly, some of them don't need to be using it. Yeah, let's play with this a little bit. Because I can also do things like unparent this from rocks compose, for example. We need actually, what if I just remove... What if I just rename this? To just rocks. And then we just do the same thing that we have before. And now what I can do is we can go through all of these pillars, for example. Okay, now what happens if I bake this? Okay, so now there's actually some interesting stuff going on, it seems. Okay, and let's see how this looks in the actual world. Or like, if we turn off this light, turn off this. Does it look any different at all? It doesn't seem, it seems like it's just, like, slightly darker. Okay, let's go to the world, see how this looks. Okay, that was what I was fearing, that it completely disables the exterior, or, like, the environment, because I want it to be that it basically computes, like, ambient occlusion, and I don't think that's going to be how this is, like, working. Oh, wait, hang on. This property may be changed, so shadow masking is used for directional shadows on static objects that are baked. I'll ignore that. Texture for bounces. Interior. Yeah, I think this just isn't going to do what I want it to do, so I'd be better off not having this. In fact, what I might do... Yeah, I'll just not have that, and I'll bring this back to what it was. Put all this back. Oh wait, that also means we should go back to the cave scene blend and, like, disable that. And so that way we can have all of these be multi-meshes again. So there's not like 5 billion of these. Yeah, so now there's only like the 4 things that we have here. Oh, and look at that, our cave actually works. So multi-mesh railing we don't need, multi-mesh stair guide, multi-mesh stick. Okay, and the rest of these, just use cave 1 for now. I'm glad that my... Excuse me, that my stuff still works. Yeah, okay. Now we need to go back to the boundary. I'll figure this out eventually. There we go. Boundary. Okay, so that didn't work. What else do I want then? I think this also, let's make this just a little bit darker. A bit more blue. Maybe we do raise the saturation a little bit. Or we go back to here and we, like, do that. That feels okay, except for the fact that I also want to reduce the colors here. Oh, wait, hang on. What if we make that brighter, but we make this light? Because yeah, I want to figure out what is a color that is like visually interesting but not overwhelming. I think this is about the right contrast, but too light. Yeah, because I want it to stand out from the walls a little bit, but still be like interesting looking. Okay. That seems fine. Now I guess the main thing is more rocks. Well, I still want some changes in color. Yeah, because the whole thing with the baked lighting was a bust. But I do want, like, extra ways of determining, like, where the things are or whatever. Or, like, you know, feeling the space, seeing the scale of the space. Being able to see more contrast between things. And I'm not sure what exactly that would be. Let's go to, like, cave plants. I guess we could do some light ferns and things like that. That'd be nice. Some weird little things. Yeah, we could have some, like, lichens. Okay, yeah, I think that's going to be it. I think it's going to be some ferns, some dirt, some lichens. Let's put that as, So, I think that's... Oh, I don't care. They can all be the same. I am doing well. Yeah, so the cave here, I'm thinking... Yeah. Lichens, ferns, and some flowers. Dirt. And I'll use the same technique that I used for these paths, where I just make a, like, material that wraps around stuff. Or just some, yeah, some sort of decal like that. Okay, so let's have interior, let's make a, empty, let's call it circle. Plants. I know how to do this. 32 by 32. Plant, let's do pixel art here. So I think I do like that lighter color. So let's have it go like this, because basically I'm going to use it as sort of a band of texture. Well, I think what I can do is I'll have it all on one side, like that. And then we have this come out like this. Let's see, what did I have for lunch? What did I have for lunch? I had a quesadilla. I'm painting some grass right now. Or some moss for the cave, I guess, is the best way to say it. Yeah, I think what I'll start with is like, we can have it be quite irregular. Let's have this go like scattered all the way in like this. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Okay, so this is going to be Moss 1. And this one has to be a texture like that. Okay. So what I can do is... let's get this here. So this is going to be Moss 1. Did I actually name that properly? Yeah, so I think Matte Moss 1. What is it? Environment Decor Textures Cave. Oh wait, no. Environment Textures Cave. Thanks. Yeah, let's have this go like here. And actually, let's have this do a thing where we shrink wrap it. And then we have just a little bit of like 0.001. I think it should be like 0.003, perhaps. A whopping 3 millimeters away. Been a long time. I'm glad it's working for you. Yeah, it's very easy for advice to go awry, basically. Let's say that's good. Also, I'm not in love with this album. Or I guess that particular song. Okay, is there like am I missing something here? Why is this so like jank? Oh, I see. Okay, there's a corner right here that I don't particularly like. Oh, it doesn't help that this is all messed up. So nearest surface point, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Should I do more than 3 millimeters? It feels like I'm gonna be like doing this for a long time. Ah, well. Yeah, like how does this go? Okay, I see. Move that there. There we go. And then I'm gonna need to figure out where the moss actually like collects and like goes. Oh wait, that's not what I want. Right there. Yeah, that's good enough. Well, maybe I can move this a... There we go. There we are. Why are these not cooperating with me? Okay. That... Okay, that's coming together. So thinking of buying Japanese kitchen knives. Those could be good. Hmm. So what am I missing here for this to not look so weird? Let's say that there. Weird. What if I move this outward, move this inward like that? Okay. And then what if we didn't have... Or what if... I guess if we have this moss go all the way around, that'd make it, like, useful. Kind of, I guess. Yeah, because we can have this go all the way up into here. Okay, that'll be fine. Okay, and then what I can do is I can do follow active quads. There we go. So now I should be able to come into here. So we have a lovely, like, skirt around this whole thing. Huh? It should be called Moss 1. Oh, I see. No, I don't see. I don't get it. I'm not seeing... Oh, it's because... Okay, okay. Okay. Let's get our environment and our light here, so that way I can see a little bit better. There we go. So that helps kind of with, like, I can do that around a lot of these big geometries. And I will be fine with that as, like, it is kind of funky. But okay. I'll kind of do that. Oh wait, let's center. We'll have that right here. There we go. Let's see. Do I have to put the moss on one piece at a time, or can you spread it from the base? With this simple system, I have to model it myself. Oh wait. It doesn't actually matter if I double tap G to do that. That's fine. Move this down, move that. Yeah, I gotta remember, it's not a completely, like, you know, vertical operation here. Right there, okay. There we are. And I gotta remember, I can also have differing amounts of it visible from outside. So yeah, now we can have more moss or less moss, like that, with the same texture density. Or I could make it less dense, like here. One more dense, like, or even less dense, I guess. Well, let's do that. What's the malfunction here? I guess this. It doesn't like that. Is there... Okay. Oh. I think here our main question is, how do we get this? Okay. That looks good. Well, no, it doesn't. Okay. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, for this part, Okay, that's right where we need it. Do that there. Where's our issues now? Say that's fine. I'm very hungry. Let's see, when did I last eat? I guess it was noon. Yeah, because I was intending to stream at like 1. Let's just get rid of those. That's a fine enough thing for that. Yeah, because I'll have it mask the transition from one to the other or something like that. And then let's have... Actually, I guess we got to do... Actually, why wasn't I in material preview? Okay. That looks good enough. Let's have that there. Okay. And actually, this will be moss 3. Have that there. Hopefully I can, like, get this attached in a way that makes sense to me. Almost. There we are. Well, let's do that. Yeah, that's fine. So we should probably have some moss going this way as well. Yeah, this might be a short stream because, yeah, I'm starving now. And I did not think that I'd be hungry. What would I eat as well? I should probably go to the store. Because, yeah, we're also out of garbage bags. So is length better than length average? I can't tell. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Hopefully these are all properly under the plants category, because if they're not, I'll be very sad. They're not. Oh. Can I, like... Hang on. Is there a way to collapse everything? Okay. Moss. Save as. Okay. Environment, textures, cave. South Korea. Yeah, South Korea could be interesting to go to. Yeah, what I want here, I think I want a mix of gray and purple, surprisingly. Basically, I would do, let's actually have a few things. So let's have a multiply that does that. And this is going to be our grunge filter again. Classic grunge. Oh. And we'll get that down a little lower. Then I think we'll do, so this is going to be like base moss. I think I could do like a darker green here. So like we'd have something like that for the base. And then we do like a light moss. And that would be the color that we had before. Because yeah, we can have some contrast on this color. Yeah, it's a very tech-heavy place, so yeah, that would be a good option. I'm going to do this with a little bit less that. And I think also I should do like a less intense color there. And then, actually, I want less saturated green, deeper blue. Yeah, how does that look? That adds some more contrast, some more visual interest there. And I'd want moss along everything here, I think. And then it'd be like less and less over here. Yeah, so I think close to the edge, and then close to the waterfall, and then everything else would be less and less. We'd have like a dust texture. And yeah, let's add a little bit of purple. Which is a rather strange color for moss, but... yeah, that seems interesting enough. Okay. That seems perfectly fine for that. And then what we'll need is, for all of these larger objects, or, what do I want? Do I want more moss right here? I think I do. I think I'm going to put it right here, though. And let's have this go like that. Yeah, that seems fine. And I might even have this, Oh wait, I see. This go like this way, and then it attaches. Yeah, we could even have it, dare I say, go down the side there. Look at that. Oh. Okay, there we are. Okay. This one I want attached right to this. Oh wait, let's do... this right here as like rock 50 billion or whatever this is. Pillar... Hang on. Pillar some odd there. Yeah, there we go. We might need a subdivide here. Or maybe I'll just manually subdivide it. Yeah, okay, that seems fine. Ah, I see. What if we just have that exactly coincide right there? And that means we should probably have this actually like have a something like that. That seems fair. So now at least we actually know where this thing should be attached. Ooh, hang on. I don't care for that there. This is fun. This is kind of weird. Because yeah, now we can have this go down this way. Man, we need this to be a little bit, I think we need that there. Okay, that seems fine. And I think, yeah, let's just have it go down this curve here. We'll have it swoop straight down. How do we make this, like, work? Okay, there we go. You know what, let's just have this attach right there. Okay. And then I want a similar thing on this side. Hang on. I'm getting annoyed by all this stuff. There we go. Too much stuff around me. Is there any hope at all? Ah, I see. This should go like this way. There we are. So now it can work. Kind of. Let's say that's fine. Okay. And which one is this one? This one is Moss 6. And actually, I'm wondering if it's good to have these as all separate things, or if I should be having more of them as, like, one object. Ah, well. I think at least for this one, we can have all of this. Oh, wait, no, we can't have all of this as one thing, because we need now this to have a separate thing. Hang on. Where's our moss? That needs, that pillar. This is the first pillar? Crazy. Oh, because it's a unique pillar. Okay. Alright, so this one... I don't know exactly what I want here, but I'm going to do something. There we go. And you know what? Same thing with this. Get all three of these things. Only things that matter. Bloodhounds. I can look that in. Or I'll look into that. Yeah, let's see. Sublime. I should probably note that down. I write down a lot of things and then never look them up. I think that's the curse of being a game developer. I guess more accurately, it's the curse of being, like, self-employed. That I never do anything. Okay. There we are. And then what I can do is... there. And I think I like having that there. And I should probably have all of these be shaded smooth. But okay, this one is Moss 7. And then I think around the rock we should have moss as well. Oh, wait. Center. There we go. So yeah, this one, let's have this come out a little bit more like that. And then I think, what if we just spin? It's always the wrong direction as well. Aha, interesting here. Okay, and then we'll just have these come in and out a little bit. I think if let's test this. If I did that. Ooh, not quite what I wanted. Ah, we need to reset this. And then I can do, like, follow active quads. There we go. Oop. Hang on. I need, oh, wait, I see. I need this to be... There we go. Okay. How's this coming along? Coming along better. I think some of this, though, we should probably just make it a little less, crazy. Okay, how does this look? Okay, I kind of like this. Why is this so... Wait, why is this the one pillar that's different than all the other pillars? Huh? Wait, what? Did I make this a unique mesh? Hang on. This pillar... Can we get the data from something else? What if we get it from, like, cylinder 01? Yeah. Yeah, because I think a lot of these I did, yeah, a lot of these I did Shift D when I should have did Alt D. Okay, because yeah, I can see it was ever so slightly... Oh! It was different because I did this differently. Okay, so now I can actually go into here and do what I want to do, which is to have that, do that, thereabouts, and then triangulate. Okay. So yeah, now that's cylinder O1. So anything that's not cylinder O1, we actually need to fix it. So hang on, we kind of need like all of these. Oh, interesting. You can't manually, you can't set all of these at once. That's good. I like that. Let's call this pillar model. I hope that that Alt-Enter works. No, it still doesn't. It just doesn't work. Let's see. Blender. Set multiple mesh data. Okay, so select them. So select the objects you want to transform, then shift select the object you want to clone. Oh, okay. Okay, good. So what I can do is I can just grab all the pillars here. So we can go to Rocks Compose, I guess interior pillars? Where's our compose? Rocks to compose? Not what I need. It must be in here, right? Is there... Okay, so it's... Oh, they're all children of the cave. What? Are they not children of the cave? Are they children of something else? Okay, they're children of the floor. Okay, so now the only one we don't have in here is this one, which makes sense. Wait, no. We need one that has the actual, like, pillar reel. Okay, there we are. Very subtle change. Yeah, now all of those should be just one pillar. Though, unfortunately, it still has to get a hash of every single model because it forgets that relationship. But okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking this as a way of making these distinct. Though it is annoying to make the models. Is there anywhere else that I want to put more moss? Because I think what I can do from here is then I can get another texture. Oh wait, let's see. Did I always know I wanted to be a developer? I think I've known for a while. Yeah, I've wanted to make games since I was probably 8 or so. Wait, why was I up in the air? Ah, well. I probably like jumped up and saved or something. I should probably make this have like a world space material so that way they're distinct from each other. Or so they're a little less repetitive. But okay, so we can jump onto this probably. There we go. It's a little hokey. I think I might need to move those a bit closer. Yeah, now I want a similar material, but it'll be more like soil. In fact, I could just make actual, like, planes of dirt. And then just have those in the corners here. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a slightly easier model. I'm gonna do a like gray texture here, a grayish purple maybe. Yeah, that's a fun power up. I really like orb mode. But okay, so this is gonna be our texture. It's gonna be, let's get our cave texture in here. Or actually, yeah, let's do that. A little bit of like... Yeah, let's get a little bit of this in here. And I think... I want this to be a little bit green now. So that way we get like a mix of like dirt and sand and rock and a little bit of grass in here. I've probably done too much grass. Yeah, this will be simpler because it won't actually have the... It won't have to, like, follow the ledges. It'll just be like a thing that peeks out every so often. This will be our grunge. Oh. There we go. Okay. I think I want more of this color. Yeah. I think I just want to make it almost all this color. And then we can have a little bit of like a slightly darker color here. Okay, that feels more like the cave sand that I'm looking for. A mix of the rock, a mix of the sand, a mix of dirt and other things. Let's do, I guess, PNG. I am weirdly inconsistent with these. But okay. So now I'm going to do probably just a, like, cube. And it'll be... Let's see. Let's call this, like, sand S body. And this will be in our interior, like rocks to composer or something. And in fact, we should probably have a lot of these rocks be interior rocks. Ah, well. So yeah, smooth this out. Let's make all of this smoother. Thanks. Yeah, I really care about, I guess making the place feel believable. I guess tangible is a more accurate word. So it's not so much like a place that could really exist, but just a place where you can feel it existing. You can imagine what it would feel like. Okay, that looks good. So yeah, now we can start getting, and this will make this pretty easy to make all of these little extra details, because yeah, I can just like slap in. Oh yeah, and I can scale these down now. Yeah, look at that. I can just like populate all of these little nooks and crannies. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Because yeah, I think these are things where I feel like the player is rewarded for paying attention. That's a thing that I've said I think a few times probably. That I like the idea of like, no matter how small, if the player looks closer, they'll feel like they've like not wasted their time. Though admittedly a lot of this is also just to make this place functional. Let's see. Let's have this like that, basically. Actually, wait, I just realized. Make that bigger. And then it's basically exactly what I want. Hang on, let's make all of these things. So what are these called? They're like rocks to compose. They're probably sand. Let's give the sand a distinct texture. Okay. So now we can have a lot more stuff here. Okay. Anything else that I want? I suppose more of the sand up here would be fine. And you know what? What if I did that? Just make it a little bit more even. Okay. I might be overusing this multi-mesh system. Ah, well. I'll see if it's actually like good at some point someday. Okay. Oh wait, that's gonna be there. Let's move this then up to there. I mean, hopefully all of these have the same data. Okay, let's call this like sand mesh. Oh, I saw a couple of these. Yep, that one. Okay, there we are. And this will be stick mesh. And hopefully all these, let's call this rock. Round mesh. Okay. Sign mesh. Plane. Ah, okay, so all of these... Hang on. So these should be step... There we go. And these will be railing mesh. Link those. And then where's it? This thing. So this is step guide mesh. And presumably this is the same mesh over here. Yeah. Okay. So it feels like we're getting closer to this looking exactly how I want it to, kind of. Or at least it having, like, detail that feels interesting and good. There we go. There we go. I do want some more moss out here, though. So, yeah. But we do have, like, this sandier region, which actually... Okay, that makes sense to me. To have, basically one side of this area be wetter than the other, because one side is closer to the waterfall. And then this side is the sandy side. Because it's just further, like, deeper, so sand is settling here. Okay. Let's see this in action. Okay. Go to our sand. Could be a bit brighter, but I guess that's okay. I would like some sand over here. Hi, it's going well. I've decided to make like a pretty strict schedule. So I want to basically get this whole cave done today, for example. Because, yeah, there's a lot of locations that I'm only going to budget 1 day of time for. Because otherwise it's going to take like a year. And even with my schedule, it'll still take like 6 months for everything. But yeah, right now I'm making cool sand. Look at that. I think we do need the sand to be a little bit more, let's give it like a 0.5 or something. So that way it's a similar textural... Ah, yeah, it's exactly the same, texture density. And this way we get a little bit more color there. What else do I want? I guess probably more moss up at the top, like I said. And then I'll probably paint in some grass. And I'll probably just use my generic overgrown grass texture. Let's do that. I guess I do need, well, I don't really need the UV mapping. We'll just attach that there. So those would be like boxes. Let's see. Which one? Actually, let's have this go like there. Then go down. Ooh, I like this. There we go. And this is going to be moss 9. I think that's my next moss. Yeah, okay. Let's see, there's some match. Oh, it might have been the old sign. Yeah, somebody threw it away in the cave. In fact, I should double check to make sure. Why don't these have concrete on the back? There we go. And we don't need Bill's house right now. We don't need the world either. Do I need to do the barrel texture? I do need to do the health texture and the sign. No worries. And let's also get this to have our moss. Oh, I haven't actually fixed that yet. Unwrap like that. There we go. Do I want much more out here? I think maybe more along this side, perhaps? And then we can have that... do that. I'll have it do like this. Oh wait, not what I want. That's what I want. There we go. Actually, not quite what I want. I also need this. There we go. Get that to be, what am I missing here? There's probably a triangle. Dude. I don't get it. What if I just attach that here? Just put some geometry here so that way this will still work. Yeah, I don't have the faintest idea why this doesn't work. I'll just ignore that then. Yeah, that makes my life easier. There we go. I'll say that's good enough. At least for that side, and then we'll have this, like... How does this work? Where does this need to be? Okay, that seems good. Alright. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, let's see this in action. And I think I'm fine with the outside being more barren. So yeah, I think our next steps then, let's make sure all this works, and let's make sure I can still get up to here. Because I think... Oh wait, no. Where do I want to go? Right in here. Okay, so I can squeeze up into here, find a secret little area. Yeah, I think the little piles of sand definitely add enough. Or they add enough that it's like now I can tell apart the surfaces. And I can see that there's things over here and all sorts of stuff. Look at that. Amazing. And I could potentially have moss going up, but I don't want to bother. Okay, I forgot. Our main mode of transit is this. I want a little bit more sand, I think. And then I'll call it good. Or then I'll say, or then I'll like start on the textures, I should say. Yeah, I want a little bit here, because this feels like a place that needs sand. And then I think, while we're at it, right here. Okay. Anywhere else? Oh, I'd like some moss up here. Okay. So on this one, because the player will probably not be able to get up here unless they do something with the orb mode, which would probably be pretty easy. Should be no way for them to do that, though. That'd be impossible. This, I think this should be shaded smooth. Yeah, that makes more sense. Thanks. Okay, so let's do that. And, oh, I see. We need a little bit of something here, I think. There we go. And probably right here as well. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Oh, wait, we can't even get up to here, so I was like, what the heck do we do there? Have I played WoW? I haven't, actually. I haven't played any MMOs, really. It would be interesting, though, to try an MMO. But okay, that looks good. I think maybe we have even more of these. So yeah, just a little bit of shape and texture there. Another one right here, probably. Yeah, okay. That seems good. Oh, wait, actually, and I do think right there needs a little one. Maybe like a small one, but a horizontally. Yeah, like that. Okay, I should probably start on the actual main event now. So we have two textures that I need to make. They are the medkit, and they are this sign. So I want to redo that. So yeah, I think I need to go to this. So I think now 256. I think what I should have done was make the lines here have a little bit more space. Because yeah, now what I need, for example, here. Let's add some grunge. Let's start with the simple stuff. Artistic, oil paint. Let's also have a little bit of noise, I think, from like there. Also, I think a little bit less there. And I think I'm going to make this a JPEG. All right. Sign. Okay. Then let's save this as decor cave. I think it should be textures cave. Sign zipline. There we go. I want to have a cool little band of color, I think. How dark should this be? I like having the shading on this. Okay, that gets us a little closer. And I think we centered this a little bit better. All right. 14 pixels. 14 pixels. Probably have this here. Oh, wait. Okay, and I think I'm gonna have a little bipple. Trying to figure out a good like posture to draw. Okay, so if we did Let's do like the rock that looks like a man. I like the rock that looks like a man. Let's have just a little bipple. Like a brown outline. So what's our little cave explorer outfit? Okay, let's do that. We should probably not have the head of that obstructed. Save that. And let's have our little creatures do, like, I think... I know what I want. I want little feet here. I have little, like, pants like this. And then some sort of harness. And then a big thumbs up with a realistic hand. That's a classic. Little cartoon character with big hands. There we go. Anything else that we want? Maybe some knee pads. Maybe some, Well, I think this is fine. Okay. Let's make a little pink creature. Let's remove the shading and grunge. Actually, shading needs to be on top of that. Okay. Let's have like a gray color for the coveralls or something, and then like a orange for the boots and that. Then like a yellow for the hat. Another dark gray for that. Okay, let's seal that in here. Okay. And I think make this a little less opaque. Yeah, a little faded in thing, and it's like, you know. I mean, there are no stalactites, so I don't know why they would be doing that. Let's make it look kind of like the cave that exists here. Okay, there we are. We have a little scene here now. And then we can have like a da-da-da. Okay. Let's see how that looks. I kind of want to have this shading be a little more extreme, actually. Yeah, that feels right. Okay, that's good enough for me. Now let's unwrap our mysterious medkit. I mean, admittedly, I could just, like, not have it, but... Let's, mark scenes. Actually, I just realized. What if I delete that face? Do that. Push this a little bit inward. Okay. And now, make sure that everything's good. Okay, so that's the top there. Top. Top. Okay. And so I'm literally just going to have like a little like med kit thing on the side here. UVs. Okay. I'm going to do probably, as you might imagine, red here. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. And then, there we go. And I kind of like having the, hang on. I kind of like having the UVs as like a thing here, so I can have like a handle, or like, so I can have little details like this, basically. We can have like a seam, or like UVs there. And actually, let's have some like little grates or something here. Some sort of medical locker. Hmm. How many pixels do I want above this? I think I'm going to do 2 pixels. And then that means I should probably figure out how wide this is. 5 pixels. Okay. Actually, I just realized, I'm pretty sure that this is the literal thing that you can't use. First aid locker. Okay, so they're typically this way around. Let's also make sure Red Cross emblem. Okay, so that is literally, it is literally a white background Red Cross. So I can do, I'm pretty sure, a white background with a red field. Oh, wait. Let's do, project. Textures, cave. Okay. And let's make sure that this all works correctly. You know what? I think this is too small for JPEG. Let's do PNG. Yeah. I'll use JPEGs for anything larger than like 128 by 128. You know, like this one, this makes sense as a JPEG because it's a big texture. It's a whopping 256 by 256. All right. I think what I could have as well is... Well, actually, do I want some tall grass still? Because I could do a bit of tall grass like in here and stuff. Let's look at it from up above. This is a very impressive little park, I think. Why did that freeze the game? Hmm. Too many things that all look weird. Hang on. I'm going to make the brave and bold decision to have a thing here. So what is this attached to? That zipline holder. I think I'm just going to make this not have that as a child. I'm not going to do single arrow zip line. In there. And then get this. That's fine there. This, though. There we are. A difficult decision. But yeah. Wait, do I have the med kit as a thing here? I don't think so. Okay, these things, concrete. Yeah, the concrete will be fine. Do I want to do a zipline holder, like, activity as well? That could be fun. I should probably decide if I'm going to do that now. Okay, but I'm going to make this world object. This will also be a world object. They will both have their things here. Zip holder. And then this will be like cave landmark. And these should both work. So if we go back to this cave landmark, cool rock. Okay. That's the correct thing. And now, oh, right. I forgot to actually put these things in the appropriate spot. So yeah, both these zipline holders. Now they need that again. Camera. Camera. There we go. They kind of work. I mean, that one worked. This one doesn't. Oh, right, because, again, I forgot to make the zip line itself. This should be 8. There we go. So yeah, now that's back to being correct. Okay. Will I consider this good enough? I think I will. I think this will be fine. While I'm here, though, let's also make sure that all of our things have, I think all of these should do, camera. And then this one should do, oh, that has boundary. I guess this one should also be boundary then. Or should it? Okay, let's make sure that didn't work. So what is the attachment of this thing here? Okay, they're called static body. That makes sense. Are there any of these that I would not like to be collided with? Oh, wait, hang on. Some of these, though... Right. Some of these are world objects that were supposed to be not that. They're supposed to be that. Okay. Now the camera actually collides with everything properly. Kind of. It still doesn't work consistently. I think there's just a lot of places... Yeah, like these static bodies, for some reason... Let's remove anything that's in a group. And then let's also make sure that I didn't mess up this, because this is also static body. Okay, so now all of these should have the camera collision. There we go. Oh, but I think the sign... Yeah, a few of these, though, should not have that. Such as this sign. Or this, I mean, this zip holder does not have it. Because, yeah, we have that. That's the one thing here. Oh, also the stairs shouldn't have these. Ooh. Hmm. Okay, that's gonna be... How many of these do we have? I think maybe all of these. Ah, okay. Welcome back. Are these just like in a completely random order? Oh wait, I think it's fine if all of these do not have that collision, because they're all small objects. And then the railing would also not have that because it's going to be transparent. And then a similar thing with this, where it does not have that. And same story here. Here. Eventually, if I can, like, click on the thing that I'm clicking, there we go. There we are. So now, the sign does not collide with us. That does not collide with us. Our little rocks don't collide. The stairs don't collide with us either. And we can see through that. Let's see. Pretty soon, I think. I'm about done with the cave. Maybe 1 to 2 more hours. Because, yeah, I think now I'm going to call that good for the actual, like, visuals. And then I want to do the activity of getting on the zipline. Oh, wait. We need to remove the cave, scene, EXR, and LM bake. Okay. We won't have any of that stuff. Cave visuals are good enough. I want to make it possible to ride the zip line. Yeah, let's start with that. So that's going to be, let's get a path. So basically, you do like boom. Oh wait, boom. How do we add points to a path? Click. I don't know how to do it. Add point. Select point, shift click, control click, add a point. Okay, so this should be the way to do it. So why is it not working? There we go. Okay, it took me a while. So basically, when you get on the zip line, you'll just start there, and then go all the way here. A lot of these I've been thinking about, so I guess some things I write down and others I think about for a while before adding. And let's do... this. Oh, yeah, I don't understand how it is supposed to work. Oh yeah, we don't actually need a thing there. Okay. But now what I can do is here, shift click like this. The one tricky part is going to be this is not a like Bezier curve for the model. It'll be fine. We'll have like an offset or something. Okay. So how do I want to do this? I think it's going to be like a custom path. Actually, we should probably move this down like a meter. So then it's basically going to be Kitty starts from here. Okay. And this thing's going to have a wisp. Actually, let's just have a custom wisp attached to this. And I think I should probably not have these attached to the scene itself. Well, maybe it's fine. No, it's probably not fine, actually. Let's have, like, controls. And that's going to be our zipline there. Change the type of this to an interactable. Okay, good. And then it has all of that. And actually, we need to extend the script further. So this is going to be zipline. Or maybe some sort of, like, path traveler. Let's see. I want this to be probably control path entry. This will have our export var path 3D, interact player, ride, path. And they should have a function, well, actually, hang on. Path entry, let's do if player is normal player. There we go. And that way what I can do is have a function called, wait, let's see, snail? Let's have this with these things. Function ride path 3D pass. Oh. Okay. And then what I can do is I can have that, and I can have our wisp. And then what I can do is I can have a velocity or a speed of, like, float. And that's going to be path float. Or no, speed. Okay, and that means this thing now needs that. So yeah, now we will have a new thing. And actually, we should have a function getActName on this. Hang on. Turn, ride, %s, Hang on, can't we do like a translate? Hang on. Localize. TR. TRN. Okay. ToString set translation domain. So how do we do... Transits a message for context. That can be that. Method can't be used without an object. That makes sense. TRN. Let's do Godot translate format. Or let's say localize format string. Localize. Interesting that it did not like search for the thing that I was looking for. Maybe I have to do that. Interesting that it's just... Okay, hang on. Godot localization. Like, don't do it on my computer. Okay, localizing resources, that's good. Oh, okay. Wait, no. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, no, I don't want that. I thought there was like a better way of doing this. TRN? No, that's not what I want. So named placeholders should be used whenever possible, as they allow translators to choose the order of that. Okay, let's just do ride, or like ride %s. Or let's say like ride. Translates, I guess it'd be like ride : plus ID. Okay. Basically, that would be then ride. Actually, what if I literally just have it do this? And then we just have like ride the zipline like that. And that way I can have that be whatever it be. Okay, so let's see if this will work. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I need to be over here still. Oh, we can ride the... Yeah, okay. We can ride the zip line. We don't have a wisp, though. which is because it should be right there. And I'll put this right like there. Okay, good. So that does that correctly. And that means that let's do our zipline riding. Do like 2. And then also we need an animation here. Var animation string. And that'll be player animation. And that should be, let's go to the player. So yeah, what I'm going to do now is we're going to have a new body state. Oh. Did I not have like a body state? How do we do snail? Oh, player standard body state. Okay. So that does have a state. Okay, good. So we're going to need now probably, I'm going to do a path traversal. Let's just call it that. Because yeah, I could then have, I feel like I will use this at some other point. Okay, so path travel will have like a, So we're going to need, you know what? Let's just have a path thing. So I'm going to have like a class path reversal, or like path state. And this will be var speed float, var path 3D, var animation string, function init p path p speed float p animation string. Okay. Path equals p path p speed animation equals p animation. There we are. And basically this will let me have just one path state variable. So I can just do state path state. So we can do that. And I'm going to do function trav, or like ride path 3D. Let's say var. What do I want to have here? Float sprite. Oh no. Anim string path state equals path state dot new path speed p anim set state dot path travel. Okay. And so what I would do is I would basically just have it like throw you out of the path once we have that done. And so when we set the state here, let's go to like update visuals. State.path travel emote path state dot animation. There we go. So now what I should be able to do, also let's have the ability to exit this state. So we're going to have also state.path travel here. Okay. So a lot of stuff here. But if I did now, this would equal city by default. So right now it's not going to do anything except for make us sit. So I would do like that. Not quite. Because this needs animation string. And that's going to have a... If I want to... you'd use VS Code? Yeah, VS Code is good. Text. Yeah, I'll say it's VS Code is good. We'll say be normal, and then I'm gonna do body dot let's do this. Ride path speed animation. Actually, I can just do standard body. Like, I don't even have to rely on that. Because that should be... Okay. And then the next things I'll need here are the ability to, like, actually ride the path. Yeah, because now we can do that. So now we can actually, like, ride down. And then I think what I'd want is the ability to potentially swing a little bit, maybe. Well, that'd be too complicated. I'm not going to do that. Okay. Next thing I want to do. Let's go to the... When we set our state... Okay, let's also go to our state, or path state. So I'm actually going to have, like, var percent float. Percent is equal to 0. And then what I'm going to do is function get, or like updates, vector 3. So we're going to do, let's call this a position. Or let's call it, yeah, rail position equals 0 equals delta times speed. For p equals path dot curve dot length get baked length, say rel position divided by that. And let's just have a var done equals false. Or just... Okay. If p is greater than 1, done equals true. Okay, and then path dot curve dot get closest point, or no, get baked interpolate Closest offset, get point in, get point position. No. Closed, point count this, add point, clear points, get baked length, get baked points. I think there should be sample baked, okay. So returns a point within the curve at a position offset, where offset is measured as a distance in 3D units along the curve. To do that, okay. So what we can do then is get sample baked relative position, and we just return that. Okay. Oh, excuse me. And actually, realistically, we should probably not do that, but that's okay. When we are setting the next state, we do that. Let's apply state. So if state is not equal jumping in this and that. Let's just do if state, or like if grounded state. Function grounded state bool return state is not equal to state.jumping, and state is not equal to state dot path travel. Or no, let's say ground, or allows ground contact. Okay. So what is this? Edge detection? We don't need that anymore. Oh, actually... Well, okay, that's fine. If state equals state dot path travel, we're actually just going to do global position equals path state dot update delta. Return vector 3 0. Okay. And then when we get the next state, okay, so that's here. So when we jump and we're on the ground, delta state, oh wait, no. Okay, I see. This now needs to be a unique state because we can't have quite the same thing. Basically, we do that and we add that. So if we're not in dialogue, else elif path state dot done set state dot falling. Okay. And also that means that path state equals null. Okay, let's see if this is actually correct, because this should mean now we are sent along the path and we have our funny little sit animation. Oh. Okay, that didn't quite work. And yeah, then my last action of the day will be adding the other stuff. But okay. Didn't quite work. Oh, right, because we need it to be global state, path state. Okay, hang on. This needs to be path or dot global transform times path curve sample baked. Okay. So now we can ride the zip line. Yay. Hang on. I'm tired of that. Let's just move that sign a little bit closer. Take your time, Godot. Is it gonna... Blender's dying. Oh, wait, okay. It just, like, inexplicably did something or other. Okay, I think if I do that, it'll probably be good. And then, yeah, it's a completely pointless activity, because the zipline is, like, so slow. Whoop. And let's double check to make sure that this isn't frustrating. Yeah, that's easy. And then we can probably move this up a little bit. I'm going to make it so that, yeah, let's get a harness now. Okay, close that. We don't need that anymore. Close all tabs. Hang on, I'm gonna organize my... Actually, I'm gonna get a snack. I'm hungry. Back soon. Okay, back now. Alright, so we need to make a new animation for Kitty, which has been a while since I've actually done anything like that. Project player. So I'll need to remember how to do it, for example. Let's do, Do we need anything with these? I guess those are fine. Okay. Zipline. Isn't it window, workspace, sprite sheets. There we go. And then what I can do is I can add a blank frame. Okay. So what I want is, I want a zipline harness. I want someone who's using a zipline incorrectly. I want it basically, I think what I do is, maybe she puts these around her arms and then her chest in the other part. I am realizing that I don't actually have that much space to work with. I could make her just smaller. Hang on, I'm gonna try get our zip line here. There we go. I'm gonna have a little hook here. And then we'll have that connect to who knows what, something or other. You know, see, that definitely is like a thing that's connecting out somewhere. And then Kitty will be sitting in here. I'm going to say she has, I'm realizing also, this is not in accordance with the style. Ah, well. Okay, let's see. Let's get a standing sprite. Make sure that this is, like, in accordance with that. Okay, I think 5 pixels is about correct. She'll be slightly wall-eyed for this, I guess. Because I'm imagining her arms probably going up like this. Because she's going to have little harnesses here. And these were supposed to be attached to her legs. So hopefully it's clear to the player that she is using this incorrectly. I think the wall-eyed look is not her look. try. So her shirt is like stuffed up here. So how is she like sitting? She's probably like this. Okay, that feels about right. Then we have all of this attached here. And also, let's have this sit a little bit closer so it's clear that it's like squeezing her. What is this exactly? That's going to be that. There we go. I forget if her eyebrows are black, and I'm not going to check. Okay, they are black, but they're not as thick as this. They like are fully like here. There we go. But her stomach, I guess her stomach should be visible to show that she's like being pulled by her shirt. But okay, that seems good, and then I'm gonna do that there. Just make sure that all of her things are correct. Yeah, that's the correct orientation for her hair. And then there's a little bit of this. There we go. I was tempted to make it her like completely upside down, but I think it's basically fine. I like stammered that, but no, it's completely fine. Or I don't have any strong opinion either way, I should say. Okay, but I do want her hair to feel physically consistent. There we go. Ta-da. I think this shoe should be closer up. Like about there. Okay. That feels perfectly fine to me. I guess also, I can move her down now. And so we can have more, like, rope here. There we go. There we go. Now, she's flying on a rope. Okay. let's have the tool settings do that with just the current layer. Now fill with, what to fill, region extent, there we are. So that way I can make that a little bit easier on me. Anything else here? No, that seems fine. Oh wait, that's supposed to be something else. Oh well. Oh wait. Yeah, good enough. Oh wait, no, that is correct. Okay. Oh, I was just forgetting everything. I can also make that... What if we just made that lighter? So then I can actually see what's happening here. Hmm. That... Okay, let's make a green, an olive drab strap thing here. Is that right? I guess that's fine. And then I'll just do olive drab for both the ropes, and then an orange carabiner. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, much smaller than she normally is. And you know what? We do need at least the rude dude here. Okay. Yeah, good enough. Oh wait, no, we need to export sprite sheets to probably the player, kitty PNG. Okay. So now if we go to player, or if we go to this, we should be able to do zipline. And let's see if this works. Okay. I like that. Okay, that's nice. Now the main thing is making this line up the way that I want it to. It's probably going to be maybe there. Let's try this. Because yeah, it'll probably be like half a meter below wherever it's supposed to be. Okay. And then what I want is some sort of sound effect for that. So let's get all this stuff. And I know there's a typo, so I'll just emphasize it. And actually, I am going to make this a little bit higher, though. I'm going to try to keep this distance a bit consistent. Yeah, okay, that seems fine. And the player is smaller, but it seems like... I mean, I didn't notice when I was drawing it until, like, I actually compared the two sprites side by side, so... Now it's a little too tall. I think I've made a mistake. And let's also make her pupil slightly bigger. She seems a little too angry. Okay. Okay, so now, try it again. Make sure that the sprite, or that it's not too egregiously misaligned. Yeah, I like that. That's fun. Took me like 4 tries to jump onto this fucking thing here. I don't like how low that is. Hang on. Back to Blender. Get this thing up a little bit. Just like that. Yeah, because then we go over here. There we go. A scenic vista. Okay. Now what I want is a zipline sound. I guess let's just go to freesound. My best friend. freesound.org. I'm not logged in? Hang on. I need to get my passwords. Okay, back now. Zipline. I think what I might want is actually like a... Oh yeah. You know, I'm actually just gonna get a zipper. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I got two things. Let's get Audacity up. We don't need to do free sound. Because I'm thinking there's sort of a ratcheting mechanism and actually physically like a zipper, or no, a friction mechanism. So I have just like random stuff here. So let's just try recording. Okay, that's our baseline sound. Enjoy this. This is like ASMR for you. Oh wait, but you do have noise canceling on your end, so it shouldn't be like as annoying for you. But okay, that's a friction sound. And so now I have a little metal cup and like a pencil, so let's try that. Whoops, banged right into your face. Oh well. Nice peek there. Okay, now let's actually get a zipper. Very inconsistent. Let's try again. Okay. I'm gonna sit down. Let's try this. I like burped at the end there. Let's make sure that so where did we actually get off? Very inconsistent. Let's try again. Okay, so we have our zipper noise, we have our thing, we have our gizmo, gadgets, etc. I think main thing. This seems like it'd be an okay baseline, or like a okay like simple like looping sound underneath everything probably. Let's actually make sure that this like loops appropriately by just where do I want to grab this? Let's grab it about halfway through. Slap that there. Let's get probably delete like that, maybe? Yeah, okay. That seems like it'll loop just fine. And then I think... Where's our little ratcheting mechanism? Let's remove the, like, slamming you into your brain. Oh, wait, no. I did like these, though. That feels like it'll loop appropriately. Oh, wait, no. Let's do... stereo. How do we move a thing again? F5. Okay. If we have that. Let's get some of the other ones. I feel like if I just grab this and like do this over and over again, it'll just work eventually. Huh? Why does this not like... Can I, like, copy and paste? Can I, like, paste the thing? There we go. Okay. The problem is it's on the wrong track, but that's okay. Wait, what? I don't get it. Hang on. Okay, I see. So if we cut this... I think if we cut it right here... Wait, no, hang on. That was the wrong thing. Yeah, if we cut right there... Is there a way to, like, loop playback in Audacity? So playback regions and looping regions. Okay, so I think what I can do is I can grab this, do that. Okay, interesting. That didn't work. Click to drag the timeline and set the region without moving the waveform region or cursor and without having to stop and restart playback. That's the wrong... oh, wait, no. Okay, that is what I want. Take your time, Godot. Or Audacity. Whatever it is. Okay. It's a bit leisurely to do that. Am I stupid? There's no button. What version of Audacity do I need for that? I'm on Audacity 3.0.2. Okay, so I'm assuming they must have added this in like 3.1 or something. Unless I'm just missing. Like, unless it's just in a different position. Can we do like a view? Toolbars? Scrub toolbar? No. It's not what I want. Okay, can I do like, let's... Well, I know what to do. Get our zipper. Very... not what I want. Let's get this. I think I want this. Okay. Tracks, add new stereo. So can I like just copy and paste this 3 times? Okay. I don't know why it took me so much work with these two to do that. So what if I chop this in the middle of a frame and then figure out how to... I know what to do. I guess I don't know what to do. I can't select the thing that I'm trying to select. Okay, so I want this side to be linked there. Okay, good. And that means that I only need a tiny bit of audio. Right? Probably... I wonder if it should be in the middle or like... I'm gonna do right about here, maybe. How do I know what to do. Track. Stereo track. Let's just cut this thing. Paste it there. And presumably at some point we'll be able to see the individual little pips of zipper. So I think what I want is... is there a way to like shift delete, control delete? I know. What if I just mute that? There we go. What if I reversed this? I don't want to do that. Okay, that seems fine enough. File. Let's save this first. No, Audacity projects are like completely fucked. It'd be impossible to like put it in Git. Okay, so let's just save it, or let's just export it. This will be zipline. And because Audacity does not have the looping playlist on my specific version, because my specific version hates me in particular for some reason, I'll just make sure, I'll just see if it works. And if it doesn't, oh well. But okay. Zipline, that'll be, I'm gonna put that in the, I guess I'll put it in sounds. Interactable zipline. And the way it's going to work is our writable objects will now have a sound effect that's also played. There's a lot of stuff that's added to these now. Export var sound audio stream sound stream, and then I'm gonna have actually here, we're gonna have this do a path state. And then it's gonna be now the player's responsibility to figure this out. So var s, so that way I don't have to pass so many new things. Okay. Okay, and that means that now we do sound stream. Okay. Actually, do we need the sound here? I guess we do. Okay, because we'll do like an update visuals or something, or play sound. Where do we do sounds? Let's make sure this actually works. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, wait. Yeah, good enough. All right. So now what I want is when we do that on the player, where's the player's sound emitter? Don't we have sound emitters? Oh yeah, we do. Feet. So what we can do is actually, instead of doing that, we're going to do sound.play. Wait, what the heck is our sound thing? Wait, hang on. Oh, okay, I see. We need, I guess that's fine. We'll just do sounds.feet. Sound. And that means we actually don't need this here. What we'll do instead is eventually have that do something, correct? Okay. And that means that once we are done... Or once we've gotten off of the zipline, we need to play a sound. Because otherwise it's just going to play that forever. I don't hear it. Oh, right. Probably because there's no sound. Because if we go back to that cave scene, yeah, sound. There we go. And what we can do is, if sound... There we are. And then it will play forever because right now we don't have the zipline actually do anything. Still didn't work. Why did that not work? Let's try again. Okay. So that sound should be playing. No worries, welcome back. So what happens when... So when we do sounds.play, stop stream play. Let's see if that is working. And if it's not working... So do we have step here doing anything? What if I just had a custom... Actually, hang on. I have a good idea. Pause that. Options. Audio. Turn it up to 1. Oh, okay. It is on. It's just, first of all, let's file... Let's open the actual sound that we have now. Let's amplify this by like 3. Nope, not that much. Okay. Good enough. And then what we should do, yeah, is actually player step null. So when we do step underscore, we should probably have this also do audio stuff. Let's do, yeah, do we have our sounds here? I guess we can just do player dot step. Or player sound step. Let's have, like, equals no, and then if not s, we're gonna have a export var default step. Say sound default step audio stream. Actually, can't we just have export group sounds? Okay. And for this one, I have a great idea. This will blow your mind. Okay. We got beautiful sound effects now. They need a low pass filter, or a, we actually need to, like, and flatten this. There's, like, a warble from the air, and the way that you can do that is by doing this. Okay. Sadly, no music for us. Okay. Let's amplify by, like, 10 decibels. Alright. Noise reduction, get that. Get noise reduction again. Surely running it like 5 times won't do anything bad. These'll be footsteps for now. So yeah, let's get all of these. We're gonna save each one of these as a little footstep, I guess. Let's... Do I want these to be like max volume? There's still a lot of noise, though. And what I might do is also just unamplify them. Let's do like -2 or something. There's still noise. Not great sound effects, but better than nothing. Okay, let's do piano steps. Let's say footsteps. This will be like default 1. See, how many other footsteps do I want? Maybe that one. Okay, default 4. Okay. Get those. Let's say default steps is now going to be an array of audio streams. Let's have a random pick. And I'll just have this as like a function that we have. Okay, so this will be var I equals rand I. Hang on. Okay, so we just do modulo. Wait. A. Size. And then we return AI. Okay. And actually, this should be if a.empty return null. Okay. So now we go back to the player, we go back to sound, we go to default steps. Boom. Got our 4 steps there. And that means that now we should have the ability to step anywhere at any time. If we go back to standard body, actually, let's do step this, else that. Uh, there are some things here that leave something to be desired. When do we do step in this? So on specific step frames, ground not equal current ground. Step, let's say true here. So we're gonna have like a on transition. Bool. False. Okay, so step ground, and then elif not on transition, we do that. Basically, we have some special animation. There we go. So now we don't play like a billion of those anytime we like step on stairs. So it should be better in the future. And we should also have step null when we do when we done step, yeah, let's just do that. Or maybe actually, I know, player dot sounds dot step. Or maybe actually clear step. So yeah, now it's going to be, we'll have just function step will be step stop. There we go. Basically, so now when we jump off of the thing, it stops the thing. So yeah, the steps leave something to be desired. So I'll probably just redo those later. Because I also want distinct steps for, like, different materials. Hang on. We also need this. Actually, what we need to do is if state equals state dot path travel, we do that. So no matter what happened, if we were traveling on the path, we now are no longer traveling on the path. What? That took a bit. I don't like that jump. Hang on. What if I just make that jump better by moving this further but a bit lower? Like that. And then close all these. We don't need these anymore. Because yeah, our zipline is good enough. Okay, try that again. That's a little too high for that. Huh. Okay, that's fine. Very powerful stuff. Yeah, it's funny, because that's not at all really what a zipline sounds like. Or how a zipline acts. But okay. I think that's about done. I'm happy with how this looks. Let's take another tour of the cave, I guess. So let's start from the top. And you know what? Let's put the music back on. And by start from the top, I mean start from the front. This is perfect, like, cave touring music. Yeah, so we have our cool entrance. We have the stairs, we got our little thing here. Nice. Bits of, like, growth and dust and dirt and all that stuff. I don't like how the UVs are a little bit, there's a bit of a seam on them. I could fix that. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's a few things I gotta fix. I gotta fix the UVs on these plants. But let's check for anything else that's out of whack. Thanks. I'll do a little bit more work on them. But it gets the idea across. Yeah, so the sand, dirt, whatever that is, helps with, like, breaking up the monotony of the textures. Yeah, the moss is good. I should probably do something better with that, with this texture. What would I do? I want ball mode. Yeah, I think the main thing I want left here is the improved water, fix the UVs. So yeah, let's just do that. So yeah, main thing was, well, first of all, follow active quads. Okay, that seems good. Okay, that one does what I want. Okay. Anything else that would need this? I think that was all of them. Because we only had, like... Oh, I guess I can just check here. How did I miss all of these? Ah, well. That's why we got these. Moss 10. Okay. And then, how do I want to do this texture here? I guess I could have just a nice water texture, like from At the Ends of Eras. Nah, I don't want that. Let's make this unique, and let's do 0.4 maybe. Then what we can have here is... Actually, hang on. Mark, seam, unwrap angle based. Okay, and I think that means that everything here is about right. I'll make sure that the texture here looks correct. Because if that's the case, then I've basically gotten this done right on time. Though it does mean that I think there's a lot less, Okay, that's, good enough. Hang on. I want to see if I can get up here without the stairs. Oh, yeah. Alright, and there's no more weirdness with those. I really like the zipline. Just another, like, goofy thing to do. See how that looks. That looks okay. Yeah, that looks like some sort of med kit or something. The zipline holder things are not the most amazing, but, whatever. Sometimes a placeholder just becomes the permanent. Oh, my, hang on. Before we get too caught up in this, my railings need to have the backface collision group. There we go. Because otherwise, they don't actually prevent the player from going off the edge. Okay, very nice. And we can still sort of jank our way up into here. And there we go. And from here, we'll have a secret rendezvous. And then that leads us to here. And then that, I don't know, does something. There's still a little bit of seam on those UVs. Or a little bit of a, like, yeah. A little bit of a seam on the texture itself. I don't like that. Why did that not work? Didn't I, like, explicitly go to here, grab this object, select this, and set this to, like, not do that? And then I came back to here. Oh, maybe I just hadn't, like, imported it again. Yeah, okay. Okay, that seems good. Okay, so I'm gonna say... I think that's done. So, I'm gonna say, could ship. Complete medical box. Barrel textures are not part of this. Actually, wait, are they part of this? I have a good idea. I have a good idea. We go to the barrels. We go to noise. Then we make that unique. And what we're gonna do... Gonna have not black there. We're gonna have blue there. Let's make it an old green or something, actually. A sickly old green. Gonna make these like dark blue, I think. Hopefully, okay, and those are local coordinates. Well, it could be better. Let's make that like that. And maybe like a greenish hue. And you know what? Let's even make this like concrete. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna say, completed the caves. Or like zipline. Other fixes. Make sure my to-dos are done. That's done. That's basically done. Okay, 1 day down. Only like 12 more one-day things to go that are much more complicated. Okay. Update. To-do. Push. Okay, I think that'll be it for today. But yeah, excited to see where this goes. I'm glad that the cave is basically good. I think this system of, well, it worked for this natural environment. I don't know how well it'd work for anywhere else, but having just prefabs that I like slapped together like this turned out better than I expected. So I'll consider that for future things. But okay. That'll be about it for today. I will see you later.